Hello, I'm alive. My hair looks. I can't work my hair today. I tried. I washed it this morning, and so when I wash it with like soap and hot water and all that stuff, it's like all the oils or something happens. I don't know. And so it's just like a fucking oh no cursing. Stop it. It's just like I don't know, the frizzle. I feel like if you ever watched that Seinfeld episode where they get like the weak water pressure, you ever seen that? The weak the different, they change the piping or whatever, the hose. Let me see Seinfeld. Let me see if I can show you the image. What is up, man? How you guys doing? Yo, they're saying that Alec is supposed to take the stand today. Good morning. Good morning. Alec. They're saying Alex is taking a stand, and also I'm gonna do something about this. Alex is taking a stand, and so is his brother Marvin. Marvin. Rip it ting ting in a, yeah, low flow. But I'm here, man. I'm here. I made it. I took some I think so I have this playing in the background. I took some I don't know. I'm drinking my little emergency crap, and just brush it to the side, I guess. And I don't know what else I took. I had some meds I took last night too. I didn't really take much this morning. I just took the emergency now, and I think that's it. I got my little Celsius here, ready for today. There's no way I can miss today, and I'm not that sick. I'm like, I feel a little whatever. I don't know what it is. A little tired, a little runny, but you got 100 tests, really? What, them COVID tests? They're saying, man. Well, and they even claiming on Twitter it's confirmed that he's taking the stand. So, what do you guys think about him taking a stand? My thoughts, and they're not my pure thoughts because I saw somebody comment this. Well, no thoughts, probably pure, maybe, but um, if he gets on there and explains the whole kennel video, like maybe he has a reason for that, why he lied or whatever. And if he explain, Twitter's sketchy, it's sketch. If he explains that, I think, and it's something that's plausible, or just adds more to the doubt for these people, it could be a good thing. But for sure, the prosecution is gonna tear at this guy. Oh, they're gonna have their way with him. Oh, they're gonna tear him up. But at the same time, it depends. It could backfire because if the jury sees that there's reasonable doubt, and maybe they take it as they're attacking a victim, potentially a victim, and so would it look bad in the eyes of the jury? Why are you being so mean? But there's people on Twitter that are actually like I was gonna say verified, but everybody's verified now, right? That I think are journalists. Hold on, let me see. Who's the person that told me? Fresh Out, thank you for sharing that. I hope you're doing good out there in Australia. Oh my gosh, I'll never watch this YouTube channel again. Because of the monkey, the dildo. Oh, can I say that? I don't know. That children's story reading thing. I got upset. Let me see who sent this to me. I was tagged a couple times. Mentions.
All rise.
Oh, what?
Session. Judge Newman presiding.
Oh, what? All right, we're gonna find out anyway.
Please be seated.
Good morning. Anything before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A couple things. First of all, we're going to ask you in a minute to advise Murdaugh on his rights concerning testifying. Before we do that, though, I'd like to renew all previously made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor's ruling under 403, res gestae, and maybe 401, and advise the court that we would renew our motion to exclude that testimony. And now, because it was included, our advice to Mr. Murdaugh would have been different in terms of taking the stand if that material had not been allowed under motive. But since it was allowed in under 608, we would object to it. I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different. I want to put that on the record. I'm asking you to strike the financial information, and we perhaps would need a recess then to give him different advice about what to do. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, obviously we've addressed this
Don't start that shit now. It's too early for that.
issue with the court, but the Honor has considered this and admitted it, and we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why in this trial we changed the rule. I have detail, we're just reiterating the arguments made to Your Honor before.
Anything further?
No.
The court
Get that for you.
previewed that the so-called financial crimes and other crimes and/or bad acts have determined them to be relevant, material, and admissible,
Oh, skip in there too.
having given the 403, 404 analysis, as well as the res gestae analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses testifying regarding these issues. And the court will not change course during the trial and provide any special exception to Mr. Murdaugh with regard to testimony regarding the matters that the court has already determined to be admissible. With regard to the advice of counsel, Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course, a defendant's, yes, sir.
Your Honor, first of all the financial information, misdeeds, are in the record, basically. I mean, the amounts, very specifically. So, at this juncture, two things happen. One, he has not been convicted of anything in regard to financial crimes. So normally, they couldn't ask him about those crimes because he hadn't been, he hadn't been convicted, you got to be a crime that carries a year or more, those kinds of things. It meets none of that. So then you go to 608, and it's character evidence. And it's going to be fair game. We disagree with, there's a Fourth Circuit case that seems to restrict it a little bit, but we disagree with the process whereby he couldn't come in unless he was convicted. He takes the stand, and they're going to ask him extensively about each and every one of these events in an effort to commit character assassination. This is what we warned about. You've told the jury it only goes to motive, and this obviously goes well beyond that and vitiates Your Honor's earlier ruling, or at least it gives them two grounds now to argue why it's relevant. And our advice was, had that information not already come out, we would be sitting here with no financial misdeeds in the record. And we believe that the jury, high likelihood of the jury acquitting him because they haven't proved motive. They haven't proved, there's no forensic evidence whatsoever, no confession, no eyewitness. It's all, as you say, in denying our motion for a directed verdict, it's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, they will hold it against him. And
That's a fair.
again, it all goes back to your original ruling to motive. I'm not sure they're arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after Dawes Cook's testimony, both of whom said there wasn't a storm coming on Thursday. So again, our advice would have been different had Your Honor not allowed. I mean, if you would strike all that testimony and tell them to disregard it, in all likelihood would not put him on the stand or not advise him to take the stand. I just want to make that
You
record.
just restated what you've previously put on the record and what you have argued throughout the trial, and I certainly understand and appreciate that.
And it's compounded this new problem if he takes a stand. And we think, with all due respect, and I'm not arguing what we argued a month ago, that what's going to happen.
That's not me, it's the
in
actual
next
stream.
day or two or three, the state going through the minute details.
They're all
of
doing
each
that,
one
apparently.
Of these offenses. We've already, in my opinion, this is a Bernie Madoff trial. This isn't a murder trial. This is all about financial misdeed, not about.
No, that sounds like a good jury argument if you're the one to make the argument.
I'm not convincing you.
It's an argument that you can make to the jury. I've ruled on the issue, and I do not know what the questions that the state intends to ask. I cannot forecast the next 3 days, as you have just done, as to every minute detail the state will seek to introduce. And all rights are preserved as to any and all testimony and anything that is objectionable that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those objections are made.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is, if they have carte blanche to go into the minute details and talk about who the victims were and do all of that and do that, it's going to take a week more, especially with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that. And haven't we wasted enough time on financial matters?
Yes.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Yeah.
Your Honor, again, the court has ruled. I don't think I need to address it any further.
Oh shit. Oh.
When a defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing himself to cross-examination. Whether or not a defendant testify is solely the right of that defendant. The court makes no recommendations pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify, consult with. Do you wish me to engage in that colloquy at this time with Mr. Murdaugh?
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We have one short witness before he would testify if he continued to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come forward.
And I think he wants to do it. I think Alex, my friend was telling me she thinks Alex is the one pushing for it. Maybe they're advising him not to. He wants to speak. Oh! Let's get him, man. Wake up! Good time to be sick or nothing. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh!
At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense, and you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to
That's
be
so
a
awesome,
witness against himself.
I'm excited.
And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules
It's getting good.
that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand it, you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give
Jurors.
the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well.
And today's gonna be good, bro. All right, let me step the rest of. Well, I finished the emergency. Get some Celsius. Okay.
If you will bring the jury.
People want the chat slowed. All right, let's do that. We'll slow the chat. If you guys could hit like too, I'd appreciate that. Please hit like. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Says, what are you using on your beard and head? On my head, I use Malibu today. Malibu, just for shampoo and conditioner. On my beard, I don't know. I have this beard wash. I don't know the name of it. But it's because I washed my hair today. I usually just do a cold rinse, but today I washed it, so it gets frizzy and stuff. Malibu. Trish, thank you for becoming a member. Help you're feeling better, Mel. Thank you. I'm okay
Thank you.
today.
Good morning. Day
Still feel a little
number
bit.
23. The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tootin.
Who? Tootin? Oh, they're bringing him back? Is that he's the guy? He was already on, wasn't he? Or is it somebody else? No, it's somebody else. No.
Watch your step, please. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please. The microphone is very sensitive, and we have to get like right up on it. But if you would state your full name again, and please spell your last name for us.
Nolan Tootin, T-U-T-E-N.
Look, we've heard of the Tootin name before, haven't we?
Morning.
He has been on
Please
before?
tell the jury a little bit about yourself.
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
How often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean, it depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
I mean, they all had a really good relationship, I felt like. I mean, when I was around, there was always kind of laughing and, a good relationship, good family relationship.
Did you have a nickname for Alex?
Big Red.
Okay. And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 Blackout?
He did.
Okay. And what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and Paul got two for Christmas one year. Buster had a black one, Paul had a tan one, and they were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing or got stolen, whatever happened to it, and then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around, played around at the house, messed around at the sheds. We would go ride the buggies, ride in the truck, you know, go fish, go hunt, go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, you know, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding in.
Okay. Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels, or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would drive or ride something.
Okay. And were there ever times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 blackout with him in the trucks?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, you know, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
Same.
Now, Maggie. Tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, you know, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. It, you know, however she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not, and I noticed that they were dead. So then, you know, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning, and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under, and I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And then, so I went home after work, and then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and you know, everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that afternoon?
That's right, yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay. And did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That may be all I have. Beg the court's indulgence. Clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th,
Right.
was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with the sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
By the state.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. we've had quite a few conversations. Is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also. They were sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that, yes.
And you also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom to you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, we saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
more Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it, yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself,
I have.
and a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
Okay. And you, hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018, did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
But this is back in like 2017, 2018.
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
Before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and, you know, we left, and then later on, the gun was gone. The gun was missing, whether, you know, whatever happened to it, you know, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back, and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it the? And have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some, yes.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli Super Flag Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's Paul's shotgun?
That was the one he favored the most, yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did. Most
so
times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
he started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, you know, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just, you know, used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
Then I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He
So-
either shot the 1 or the 2.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as
right.
a kind of general use. I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons, or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January, and turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you've spent a lot of time at Moselle, I think you already
have.
talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the
There are
property?
2.
Were you around before when there was only one entrance and
was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
Okay. And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house.
That's right.
Is that accurate as well?
That is.
You all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready for things. Is that
That's correct.
a fair thing to say? It's a good collection point
Yes,
for
sir.
y'all? And I think out there's also a processing shed for if
There
you
is.
killed anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you all are down there and, say Maggie or Alex were at the house and they, obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not, yeah.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day,
That's right.
unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be. Fair
Yes,
to
sir.
say? All right, so I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone
I did.
in the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And you often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm-related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You were pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd typically call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. You know, he knew that I was riding by because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened, CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea of what was actually done, the harm that was actually done, until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan on what to do.
And you had pretty free use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you? Okay. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to, and why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. You know, we plant them, you know, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, you know, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes, it's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year, in the season. You could still get some good growth out
That's
of it.
right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia area.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now, leading up to these events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you.
That's correct, yes.
And tell us about what that Snapchat was.
It was a video of the John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the boom to spray was leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy.
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And it was leaking some sort of fluid, meaning it was maybe broken.
That's right.
All right. Now you've in all the times we've met, the number of times, did you have a chance to listen to what we call it kind of the kennel video?
I did.
And did you when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul,
heard it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Elliott.
All right, down at the kennel area too. If you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually pretty fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Moselle house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well lit area?
You could, yes. All
right, so we're on June 7th. what's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11, my mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle. So I tried to call Paul and text Paul, and didn't get a response. So I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area, and so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
When I got there, there were a lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area.
They had.
But you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
Who was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
He is.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson?
I do.
Friends with him as well?
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Okay, after this, we're getting Alex, so
Redirect.
let's get rid of him. Come on, let's get Alex in. I need the strong attorneys
You
too.
mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area,
Right.
his trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was,
Friday?
yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle,
Mm-hmm.
can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights and you could tell that the lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights?
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning. for the Duffield.
That's right.
Okay. And did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, thank you. You may step
Okay,
down.
okay. Arriba, arriba. What'd you say, arriba? What does
Ladies and
that
gentlemen,
mean?
we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the
Arriba?
case.
Alec. Alec. Okay, so they're saying that he's supposed to testify. Oh, let's do it, man. Excited for this. Okay. Alex. I'm really curious how it's going to be for the prosecution when they take on him. I think the defense, it should be a right to,
Everyone
of
be
course, to see
seated.
him speak for the first time. But
Mr. Harpoolian, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It's hurts
He
my
wants to do
feelings,
it.
but we don't need
oh,
any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right. We'll take
What
a
you doing in the
recess
restroom,
about
huh?
10 minutes.
no, there's something scandalous going on. Somebody needs to watch him pee. No, I'm just kidding. All right, man. So it's time. It is time. Alec Murdaugh. I didn't think we were gonna see this day. I really wanted Eddie. But we'll take what we can get, I guess. You know what I'm saying? We'll take Alex. Oh,
held that the admissibility of impeachment evidence is not reviewable if convicted on appeal unless the defendant takes a stand. So in order for the prejudicial effect of his prior financial crimes coming into evidence actually motivated his decision to or not to testify, and of course whether or not it influenced a jury to convict, that effect can only be looked at from above, looking at the record below.
Oh, no, who's
if he,
gonna
in
ring?
fact, testifies.
oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Yes. If you guys could help me out with the like button, please, I'd appreciate that. We can get to 1,000. Really, 1,500 would be nice. Iflanda, thank you so much for the super chat. Can't wait to clear up any misconceptions regarding all this. Murdaugh, LOL, you're the GOAT. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Iflanda after the stream. I'm probably going to be laying down when I talk to you, honestly. I'll probably, by the time the stream ends, I'll probably be like, I'll lay down and we'll talk. Barbara, thank you so much for the membership. But she's going to, she's a low country. And, she wanted to kind of talk about some of the things out there locally and clear misconceptions. I was trying to get her to come on stream, but she's just, I just want to talk off air, just clear things up. So, low country. And everybody's talking about kind of this Netflix documentary that came out on Alec. I heard somebody say it wasn't that good. I heard somebody else say it was interesting. Has anybody seen it? Is it good or is it not good? My nose is clogging up. Time for a mega pint? Mega pint time. Low country. And Alex seems like he want to take the stand. It seems like he wants to do it. And Dick was like, you want to talk a little bit? He's like, nah, I'm good. I want to go. Pills in the underwear. He wants to take the stand. That, I don't know. To me, that's interesting. That's impressive a little bit. Or some people say it's his demeanor. I mean, he's not going to be, he's used to the courtroom and people and speaking to people and all this stuff. So it's not going to be like a thing for him. People Said because he's a narc. Everybody's deemed a narc nowadays. Somebody doesn't like you, they call you a narc. He might be though. I don't know. But maybe it's his nature wanting to control. Gab says, after watching Low Country, there is a lot of the same content in the first 2 episodes on the Netflix doc. I've learned nothing new so far. Oh, okay. Yeah, Low Country was gangster. But a lot of people haven't seen Low Country. Danielle says it was really good. Had very interesting things that I didn't know about. Have you watched Low Country though? Low Country. He's a narc, Amber says. He's narcissistic. Let me see what else is going on here in the Twitter world. How exciting. How exciting this guy's going to take the stand. And he's trying to...
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you.
Oh, shit. Oops. All right. Alec. This was funny.
He can read it. He can comment from back here. He's in the doorway, but again, I object.
All right.
For clarity.
This moment.
Thank you, JD. Oh, thank you so much for gifting the memberships. 5 memberships out. So nice of you. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Oh, look at that. Beauty. See, Beauty was gifted it. Emily. No, not D Smiles. You already have one. Sarah and Allison. Amazing. And thank you for the super chat. Says got me a 3rd and a 4th twisted tea. Hey, damn. Sipping today, man. We got to sip. Got to sip for Alec. Sip for Alec. You want the chat slow? Sharon, thank you so much for the super chat. Sharon, hey. Thank you for the support. Blue, thank you for becoming a member. Mandy says getting the popcorn ready. Hey. Thanks for the super chat.
The objection is to you standing in the doorway.
He's been standing up here the whole time. Aimed a gun at us yesterday from here.
Oh, shit.
He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
Good for the goose, good for the gander is a rule. Okay.
All right.
For clarity.
This moment. The objection is to you standing in the doorway.
He's been standing up here the whole time. Aimed a gun at us yesterday from here. He aimed a gun at us from here yesterday.
Good for the goose, good for the gander is a rule, and I can't find it in my rule book.
Dick.
Oh, you do, absolutely. You may bring the jury.
All right, what we got going on? I'm here. I know. I'm chewing a little bit. Thank you, Jennifer. He seems confident. Today is the day. Just eating up real quick. Today's the day, Alex. All eyes on you. Wonder if he took any meds when he was in the bathroom. Somebody passed him some meds. Okay, I'm good. Alright. All right. Okay. Okay, it's time, man. It's time. It's time. I ate a little bit of this little frozen sausage, egg, and cheese potato thing. A little bowl. Grab a little bite. I took some meds too, man. Pop these two, I don't know, cold pills. And gold oxys, bro. All right. I don't know. It's time, man. It's time. Oh, let me get the super chats real quick that I missed. Wow. Okay, here we go. KJ says, at this stage, it's just going to help with the appeal. What to do and what not to do next time. Hope you're feeling better soon, Mel. Stay hydrated. Thank you. KJ, thank you for the super chat. Sharon Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Charisma, 13 months. Amazing. Thank you for the membership. Trying to watch from the Dominican. Are you visiting out there? Are you on vacay? C. Weiss Life, thank you for the super chat. Says this cross is about to be lit. I am kind of excited. I wonder how they're gonna approach it. Lala Lakawi Crafter. Thank you for becoming a member. It says, let's go, Alex. Hey, got somebody cheering on Alex. Or maybe she's excited that he's taking a stand. Egypt Mania, thank you for the super chat. Says, if possible, we should watch the Netflix documentary after this. It's truly an eye-opener for those who don't know jack about the family. I don't think I can do it today. I might, maybe on the weekend. This weekend, I'm going to be really focused on packing. This weekend, because let me see. It's the last week before moving, I think. Let me see. Or do I have another week? I think it's the last weekend before I move.
Thank you.
It's last weekend. Yeah. Last weekend before I move. This weekend, I'm going to be pretty focused on just having the minimal left.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
I'm going to try to slide in.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
Ooh.
Watch your step. Yes, ma'am. You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
This is
You
so
swear affirm that
good.
The testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, if you take a .300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a .300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you? on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did.
Damn.
I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day. A fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning, or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that...
Who's Paul?
That's Paul, my son Paul, Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul?
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I had known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how'd you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck, and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. You could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul. We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paul plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paul had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's, it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen, and it's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury has seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. And we unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Pawpaw You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
sure,
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Pawpaw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details have been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her, having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what did you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you were outside, riding around and doing, did you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We'd fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
Them oxys, boy.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
what were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed, I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
And do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
And was the TV on?
Yes.
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alec?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday, or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina, it was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and was there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
And the jury's heard about, I think Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved to. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw.
Okay. And did you stay in the house?
Yes.
For how long?
Not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah. It was, and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just, a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did
you? I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Well, was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Okay. Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. I don't have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and that chicken did die.
Poor chicken.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Did you see the water hose in that video on the ground? You remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the 2 dogs were out?
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
Same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on. You saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. What were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart, and it was the golf cart. If you remember that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull up, pull along the front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was...
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave. Okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was
For
the
2
TV
minutes?
on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive. I dozed off for a minute or didn't
2
doze
minutes?
off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, you know, I mean, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there, because, I mean, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I mean, I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated, you need to check on her. I gave her medicine, she's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, I mean, my mama We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she'd fuss for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, you know, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while, but then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots?
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
And the red dots here at the that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see the you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm going to, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well, let's
So it'd be to the right of that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up a Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go. My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but their bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And did she let you in?
Sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom. We always tried to be real positive and, you know, upbeat and just, and I just talked to her. You know, I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I mean, I stayed there for a few minutes. You know, I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds.
Right.
And then, but I didn't stay there. She was, she did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, you know, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when you
talked to Shelly and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, you know, I mean, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. And she was a shell of her old self. And I mean, it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
What exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw. So, no. I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped? Do
I
you
was
recall?
getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
No.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal? Normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I mean, I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but I mean, did it cause me to go into any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
Why did you delete all those records on your phone?
And now, like, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of.
Ah, what's that? Good.
So bad.
What you gotta say now, body language experts? Oh. Wow. I don't know, man. Elsa, I'm trying to hide the sneezes. Oh, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I went to
I feel sleepy, I think, because of the meds. Really sleepy, actually. So what do y'all think? Some people saying it's fake. How can you fake all that? Or is he getting like raw, like crying? I don't know. Fake? This ain't fake.
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Paw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement it's been played here in the court. What did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I tried to turn him over. So I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
What side of the on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay. What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Paw.
You know if you put it You know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
Couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Why?
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did
I
you
thought
get
it was-
Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down. It was around like, I don't know. I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad.
Yeah. Wow.
Excuse me.
Wow. Damn, bro. I mean,
I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know.
damn.
I know I did.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And Doug, this is the long version,
Buster.
the first clip, and stop it when I
He doesn't
say
look
stop it,
pleased.
please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
Colleton County Communications.
Congressman, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Moselle Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Doug, keep going, please.
Oh.
Oh, no. Hell no. Do it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, Is she, okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No. There's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's black. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh. There. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got, he got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was, I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
So, Al, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
it wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts. Yeah,
That's really close to the time. What?
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun. As best I can remember, I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun and not. I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, you know, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just. I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Okay. Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
My house, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun, just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
Oh, yeah?
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat stack. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right, roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody fun.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
21. Central southbound station 1A. You will need station 15. That's the target. Just stay inside of.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
He has to know
All right,
that mucus
Jonathan.
is coming out, though. He's purposely taking it all the way down and then.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
I just don't want you to move
We can
anything
stop
just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Copy. Can you give me a name, please?
Oh.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I mean, I don't believe there was any like formal police reports or that type of thing. But I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I never thought. I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much and I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
Now, what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rodo? You mean?
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan.
Thank you, Holly.
I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I mean, I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudovsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09 you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
Interesting. I'm kind of tired. The cold meds are kicking. I guess they kicked in. I feel sleepy as hell, but interesting so far. A lot of people in the chat are saying they feel it's fake. A few people that believe it.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Step down. We cannot discuss your testimony.
There was the chicken gate. I don't know, because like they have a lot to go through with this guy, Alec. I'm gonna add that to my little clip for later. I feel like they have a lot to go through with Alec. I can't wait for the prosecution to get to him too, to poke holes. The timeline, as far as, let me see, from the kennel, and I had this somewhere. I think I lost it now. From the kennel, which was like at the gate 44, to calling 911, which was 10 something. I don't remember. I had it up here. 10:01, 10:03, 10:06. It comes close to like an hour and a half, I think. Close. So I think it's a little under. The thing with the crying stuff and all that, I don't know how you can fake all that. I mean, maybe some people, because they say he was a psychologist. He's trained to do this. I'm really curious about the jurors' reaction too. It's kind of, I don't know. The mucus thing, I feel like he's purposely letting go all the way down. I don't know. To fall on and that's where I wonder too, where's the mucus landing? When it hits wherever it's hitting. Is it a little table there? There's a bench. Is it falling right on him? And then there's some, for people that, I don't know, I honestly don't know what to think, but there's some people that believe the story. My thing is, for the people that believe the story, I almost wonder if it's like kind of like Boy Who Cried Wolf type of shit. Like the person that's a known liar, right? That's been lying this entire fucking time for years and years, decades and decades. Okay, now he's telling the truth. And because he admitted a lie after being caught, that's what I realized about people that lie all the time is that they just adapt. And once you tell them, okay, well, what did I lie? Like, what are you talking about? You always have to, the burden of proof is always on you, I guess. And so you have to, then you prove it to them. And, oh, okay. And, well, yeah, I did lie. And see, I admitted it. And then they just adapt and adjust and they just keep lying. So, I mean, I know this is like, we're just here for the murders. But I mean, and I hope they ask him about all those deleted entries in the phone. Ask him about that. But like, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to take a known liar for decades that's lied about everybody, you know, to be like, okay, yeah, now, yeah, you're telling the truth now. You know what I'm saying? And it's that whole thing too, kind of like, maybe he is telling the truth for the first time ever. You know? There was a really funny post. Let me show this. I'm kind of like, I'm curious to wait. I'm curious to see what the prosecution has to say. See Buster there. I guess they got into more details about this chicken shit. The chicken is on its way next to testify. You know the chicken's dead, right? Ain't the chicken dead? Poor chicken. Poor chicken. I feel like the house thing makes sense. I guess put parking on the side of off of the port into the grass. And I wanted to see it for myself, but a friend told me supposedly that one of the jurors wasn't buying it. Well, let me see what this guy DUI guy said on his thing, because this guy's actually there. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to keep an open mind. Like I said, at first I wasn't, and then I watched the documentary. It was like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit. The Low Country. It's kind of swinged a couple times, but yeah, my friend said 100% crying wolf. I just don't know how do you let's say he was faking, right, the emotions or whatever. I feel like there is ways to tap into emotion. That's maybe not genuine, or possibly think of traumatic instances, or something that really, really makes you sad, and tap into that while talking about something and to be able to like bring it up. But he's done it a lot though. Like he's done it, you know, for the people that require tears. There's tears all over the place, and you got the added bonus of mucus. I don't think a tear thing is always an indicator, but for the people that do look at that, like there's tears everywhere. I feel like he is kind of like long-winded and adding a whole lot of like extra shit that like you're kind of like, but again, maybe this is because it's his first time. Even Johnny was kind of long-winded with his answers. You know, I remember when he first testified, Johnny Depp, even though this is completely different, but very, 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 very long-winded. And the whole thing with the Paul, which somebody tweeted me, I'm gonna say it was really funny. She was like, "I'm gonna start calling you Mel." I just wonder, is that a known nickname for Paul Murdaugh? Has anybody heard that? Had anybody heard that before? The Paul thing, is that a? Oh, let me get the super chats too. I know this cold shit was gonna hit me that hard. I'm mad. But I wonder too, like, well, let's say maybe he is telling the truth for the first time. Maybe it's like that cry wolf syndrome shit, you know, or not cry wolf. Yeah, the boy who cried wolf, whatever they call that shit. All right, let's see. Shannon, thank you so much for the 3-month membership. Says, who thinks it's a bad idea for him to testify? So the poll that I ran, I ended it. I might have to do a new poll. 61% say bad idea. 38% say good idea. I think it's ballsy as shit for him to do that. And maybe they'll convince somebody. Or all they need is one person. Alec, he needs innocent or a hung jury. You know, like, I don't know. K5, thank you for the super chat. It says today is the day. Longtime fan, great work, Mel. Thank you so much for joining me. Let me add this one clip to the video editor. Okay. Let's see. Get ready for snorting waterworks and with no tears. Hey, you got tears. You got tears. Thank you for the super chat. Cadillac, thanks you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. JD, this is so rehearsed. It's comical. Lord. Joe P, thank you for the membership. SW4x4, thank you for the says please slow the chat. We did now a couple times. That was 2 hours ago though. Kristen, thank you for the super chat. Says can you please slow the chat? Rescue Reaper says saying is an indication he is lying. Thanks for the super chat. I say a lot. That's like a bad. I can't control that. Like the but I guess it indicates too that you're searching to fill the space. See you too. Thank you for the membership. 2 months membership. Valley Girl, thanks for the super chat. Says a lot of dog trainers in the chat. What do the dog trainers say about cleaning the kennels? Mandy L. Mel, what are your thoughts so far? It's very interesting. I mean, I've talked a little bit about it, but I think it's really interesting. I was feeling really tired and sleepy, so I mean, I don't know. The tongue, all that tongue action that he had going on with his mouth and stuff. I mean, the dry mouth made me think of like Addy. I don't think he's on Addy. I don't know. That dry mouth and lip. You know, like I don't know what he was doing. Maybe it's some sort of medication thing. Maybe he's an ex whatever. Like I don't know. Elsa says, I love how you try to sneeze as quiet as possible. Bless you. Thank you, Elsa. Appreciate the super chat. I hope you're doing well. SW4x4 says, when the coke wore off, he realized, what the F? He did it. The Actor of the Year award goes to AM. Oh, Lord. I don't know. Okay. So DUI guy says we can use the stream. I guess on the lunch break. Okay. All right, nice. That was really nice of him. I guess he's gonna I'm gonna play some of it, but I'll put the link to his thing once we do that. I don't want to play his stuff and just lay down though, you know. Okay. Diggs, thank you for the bits on Twitch. And I think I got Lori, right? Did I get Lori? Well, I would find him guilty just for all, maybe not. I would find him guilty just for all the sucking, smacking, licking, sniffing. Thanks for the super chat, Lori. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Says, question, did anyone check Buster's whereabouts? That's a question that's come up a couple times, and I've asked that myself, and people have said that he wasn't, I forgot where, his other home or something with his girlfriend, or there's something they say is his alibi. I'm really curious about Cousin Eddie, though. Cousin Eddie. And his knowledge of the murders, which he allegedly failed a polygraph test 3 times. Danielle, thank you for the super chat, says, see, he's crying on demand and can immediately stop crying. Damn, like a button, push the button. 100, that's a sign of deception. If it's real tears, then he's crying because he remembers how he killed them and feels bad now because he knows it wasn't worth it now. Maybe that's the way you can look at it. That's what I'm thinking, like, just trying to look at it from different angles. If you did some horrendous thing and you can somehow still tap into that moment and, like, you allegedly killed some people that you loved, and so you just need to tap into that memory to elicit emotion and cry. I don't know. Legendary CEO. And I'm curious about what the body language experts are going to say on this. Oh, they're going to deep dive this shit. Legendary CEO, thanks for becoming a member. Holly, thank you for becoming a member. Amazing. Taryn, thank you for the stars on Facebook. Southwest 4x4. 911 911 tapes are 100% admissible in court. Dispatch tries to get incriminating facts on call. This is intentional. Oh, shoot. Oh, Courtney, this whole thing is an act. He's disgusting. Thank you, Courtney. Mandy says, don't think he killed them. Buster looks sus. Oh, shoot. No, hell no. Bunny, thank you for the super chat, says he's a lawyer himself. True. His answers weren't direct. He added a lot of fluff to cause confusion to the jury. He never gives direct short answers. I'm really, and Larlar in the chat says male actors do it all the time. I don't know, and I'm really wondering how the prosecution is gonna go try to cross Alec. I'm gonna try to get my energy up. I should have never messed with those pills. That cold med, whatever that shit was. Them oxys, bro. I'm just kidding. Before they clip that shit. Yeah, I wonder how the prosecution is gonna handle Alec. Are they gonna go like just soft because I don't know if the jury sees him as a victim, and so they don't want to go too hard. They definitely gotta question and grill, kind of, and like try to poke holes or whatever it is. Or are they going to be aggressive the entire time? And who are they sending? Are they going to send the main guy? I wonder. Lawyer Mystery Maven, thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for watching me.
Come to order.
Mystery Maven says the use of pawpaw should be against the law. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Jess. I love that.
Please be seated.
I took cold meds. Don't worry, bro. I'm done. I wouldn't be able to function, bro. Like if I was on some shit, 8 hours daily, bro. You guys see everything over here. Mostly everything. Gina, thank you for the super chat. Says chicken loses job, chicken goes broke, chicken strips. Thank you, Gina, for the super chat.
Cadillac, the jury.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Amazing. Dropped a 50 on it. Thank you so much. I think that was a sticker, right? Oh yeah, it was a sticker. That's a cute sticker. Did they upgrade the stickers now? Because it looks like a fox, like an animated cartoon fox or something. Thank you so much. And Christina, thank you for the super chat. Says feel better, Mel. Thanks for all you do. Keep us entertained. Thank you so much. Appreciate the 20. I feel like I'm coming out of it now. I feel like I'm coming alive again. Thanks, Club Soda. Man, we did a poll yesterday. People wanted me to cut the hair. I don't know. They wanted me to get rid of it. Like 60%. All right, let me ask a friend something too. So, Larry, the DUI guy, he's gonna let us use his stream, I guess, on lunch, which is really nice of him. Sir. So lunchtime we'll play some of it, and I'll put the link to his channel, and you guys can check him out whenever. All right, we're back to it. All aboard.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood. But
there, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was Not fresh. I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's, did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Murdaugh testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else?
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, did you, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
Well, they were coming. Tell them, see them. We got up. I mean, we got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And you, and do you know, do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that, I mean, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently?
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was, there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Paw Paw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the 3 girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, because she followed you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, 401-402.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paul and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, you know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes,
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip. But, I mean,
And what
No,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
And
what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know
Buzz.
Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral?
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and?
That's right.
Okay. And Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom, his grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby born, beautiful little baby girl, beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee.
All right.
But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Okay. Did you ever take during that week, let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral, did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Okay. Did you, did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
Oh. Shelley made it up, I guess. Oh. Oh, no. What?
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just
Oh, no.
want to play
Oh no, we should have done that.
Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview,
I believe him.
starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
I don't know.
You can pull that clip up,
Maybe Shirley got it mixed up. What do y'all think?
and I want you to listen to
Tarpgate.
this. Al.
Okay. Tell me again what it
I
is.
don't know.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Ooh, somebody said Shirley got payment from Tinsley. Oh no, Tizzy. Oh Lord. She got paid out. Oh no.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably.
Okay.
10 o'clock maybe at the latest.
Okay.
Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now you've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug States Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet, and so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell him the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew Sled would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly.
Let's go, turn
it was
up.
reported repeatedly how
Turn
I'd
up.
done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer.
Turn up, man.
and
Fuck 'em.
all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you.
Turn up, man. Go off.
Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
Objection, Your Honor. Not what was said. Facts and not evidence.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like a shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short-sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see.
Blanca.
And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
Oh, he not having it. Oh, he is.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue.
Oh, well, go off, man. Tell him.
And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be so the first week up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster was Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and gave him, they let him be off just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie's sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville, and I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this. So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes.
Lunch break.
Let's not discuss the case.
It's a lunch break. We made it. Okay. I'm so curious for the prosecution, man. I wonder how they're gonna try to chop up Alec. This is a big moment and an opportunity for the prosecution that they got to execute on this. They just can't let this slide.
Recess, let's see, it's 1:25, what's that? 2:40? Recess till 2:40.
$240. They have to execute and assassinate. This is their moment.
Going to have our usual lunch Q&A with Anjanette Levy in a few.
So I think the UI guy is gonna go live. I was gonna go pass out, but I guess I'll stay. He's starting at 1:30. Okay, he must have somebody running his stream. The UI guy. Well, the thing I gotta give to Attic, give to his side, is that he did offer up the house. He offered up, like, y'all want to search here, y'all want to search there, take everything. Here's the phone, whatever, blah blah blah. Search the shit. It's not like he said you couldn't, or you need he let them go. Danielle said I was talking with her lips. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like this stuff, like whatever this is, moving around. Oh, Rachel, thank you so much for the memberships. Amazing. 10 memberships. Thank you, Janie, earlier for the 5. Thank you, Rachel, for the 10. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. And Cat C, thank you as well. You guys are getting so many memberships all over the place. All over. Legendary, thank you for becoming a member. Holly, thanks for becoming a member. Taryn, thank you for the stars on Facebook. SW4x4, 911 tapes are 100. Oh, I got this already. Got that already. Let's see. Hold on. Let my mind catch up. Oh, Cadillac, thank you so much for the 50 earlier. Oh, I did say that too. Lord Almighty, God help me. Christina, thank you for the super chat. Feel better, Mel. Thanks for your covering. Keep us entertained. Thank you so much. Bang for 20. SW4x4 Vicks Vapo under eyes causes tears. Oh hell no, not and snot. No, y'all saying he put Vicks in his eyes? For Murdaugh? No, come on. Say it ain't so, man. Come on. That boy got Vicks? No, man. Come on. Jarita, thank you for the super chat. Says, seems everyone is sick. I've been sick for over a week. Wow. Hope you're feeling good. Feeling normal soon. Me, I'll never be normal. LOL, keep up the great work. Thank you, Jarita, so much. I hope so too. I think I just go to sleep. Betty Spaghetti, thank you for the super chat. Says, love you, Mel. Thanks for covering this trial. Hope you feel better. Thank you. And Kristen Bird, thanks for the membership. Amazing. It's amazing. Come on, man. Some people say he putting Vicks in his nose and his eyes or some shit. Come on, man. Some people say. Let me see what DUI guys been saying on Facebook. I mean, on Twitter. DUI guys, the guy we're gonna listen to in a little bit. I want to put this clip together for the lunchtime too. Once this is done recording, I forgot to record the other clip. He's gonna go live in a few. We'll retweet that. I might as well follow him, I guess. All right. What do you think will happen with Alex Murdaugh's testimony on cross-examination? He will hold his own. He will crumble. That's a good question. We do that poll right now. Before I answer this, let's do our own poll first. See what the chat says. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, he will hold his own. He will crumble. I'm going to let the votes go for a little bit first, and I'll tell you what my thought is. Don't forget, we're dealing with a professional manipulator as he testifies. He's a trained psychologist who dealt with people for decades. The crying appears very fake and exaggerated, not natural at all. I get it, he's accessing a memory, and now he's trying to prove a point to the jury, but it's failing, in my humble opinion. The harder he tries to work with the jury, the worse it gets. This was my vote earlier. See where the votes are at so far. The votes. By the way, if you guys wouldn't mind, please subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to my channel if you're watching. Really helps out with the everything, algorithm and all that good stuff. Hit like on the stream. Also check out Swagit. We're doing a giveaway. I think March 5th. Doing a giveaway. We're having a fun stream and a giveaway stream, and I'll be in my new place by then. And I'm uploading videos there. You know, click the link, download the app, follow me on there. You earn swag bucks. You can trade it in for gift cards or PayPal cash. It's only in the US, but it's expanding. I think they're going to Canada next. So do that. All right. And still recording. Okay. So, okay. Interesting votes. So far, we got 424. People are saying 58% say he will hold his own. 42% say he will crumble. I think he's going to be able to hold it down too. I think they're going to catch him though. I think they're going to catch him in some slip ups. They're going to try to poke holes, pin him, but he's experienced in this shit too. That's why I think maybe crumble is maybe too strong of a word. But they can't let this guy slide though. Prosecution, like, you gotta go fucking hard. I think. I mean, I don't know if you go too hard if it looks bad. If he's actually getting sympathy with the jury. This is your moment. This is your time to shine as a prosecution, to try to nail it in if you can. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate that. Carly says, I don't think he did it because too much doesn't add up. I have a couple of friends that feel like that. Prosecution, Lindsay says prosecution is so weak. Damn. Damn. Creighton will be too giddy and come off like a loser. I'm wondering which attorney they should send. There was this other attorney that they had I thought was kind of savage. What's his name? Francisco or something? His last name? There was some guy, he was kind of tearing the other day. He was tearing it up a little bit. I was joking around calling him a throwaway. The expendable lawyer, the one that's just going to go in hard. It wasn't Waters, it was this other guy they had. But the other guy's kind of savage too. There's another guy that's a little bit heavier set with the touchy-feely attorney on their team. He's a little bit savage too. Mr. Touch and Feels. He's the one always walking up to the witnesses and like kind of like, especially the ladies, like putting his hands on them and stuff. Somebody gotta go. They gotta nitpick. Gotta go hard, but they're gonna have to do it strategically. And ask about why all those deleted calls too, all those deleted transactions on the phone. But maybe he takes some of the power away from the prosecution too by coming up there and owning the lie. You know, owning it. Yes, I lied. You know? But he's gonna have to. Alec too. His demeanor is probably gonna have to change too. I don't think he'll be able to keep the same demeanor. He's gonna have to maybe, I don't know. When they're coming for him, I think his demeanor is gonna change. I wonder if he's gonna snap. He knows he has to keep it cool, but it'll be interesting because even a couple of times, so he kind of let it out a little bit, like Shelly. I don't know what Shelly saw. She got something in her mind. Something she thought she saw, something she came up with. All right, so we end that poll. We deserve to see a complete flip out. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know what he's gonna do, because I think if he flips, the jury's gonna be like, oh shit, this is crazy side we didn't know about. You know, he can't afford to flip. He has to keep it cool. Be Real, thank you for your sponsorship. Your sponsorship. Well, same thing, but membership. He said Shirley lied. He basically called Shirley a liar.
Defending this case for acquittal, it was really no other option for them.
Interesting that someone who apparently wanted to be.
That's so interesting too. I got posted this and somebody else messaged me this. Did you catch how Alex's head was shaking yes while he was saying he didn't shoot his wife and son? And I was wondering, you know how they always say fraudulent slip. Do they have fraudulent nod? You know, like you're saying one thing but you're nodding yes. But I guess that's the shakes that he has. I don't know if he's doing that shake because he can't control himself, or he's doing that shake to portray like he used to be on drugs, or I mean, I don't know. Or he has some sort of some sort of side effects from the drugs or something. The prosecution had a touchy-feely guy.
Rolled Paul over. He grabbed him by his belt loop, which I thought was an interesting thing he said that he did. And the fact that it doesn't have more blood on him when he said there was just so much blood everywhere.
Well, if you ask Alec, I think that goes to why he's not the murderer. There's no blood spatter evidence. He didn't expound on that. He was very careful not to get blood on himself when he turned over his son's body. He did say that the blood on the Suburban may have been from him. So he does leave there some room that blood got on his person. But the lack of blood splatter evidence and lack of amount of blood on him, I think, goes to a point for the defense.
Yorkie's 2112 from YouTube asks, can he now be charged, Jack Swerling, with lying to law enforcement? I think that would be the least of Alec Murdaugh's problems at this point. But could he possibly be charged?
Well, he could, because there is a statute that makes it a criminal offense to lie to law enforcement. So he could be. That would be kind of, I think a little bit too much, bridge too far for the prosecution to do that now.
Okay, I apologize for that. And Destina Chappie from Twitter asks, what's up with the nicknames? He didn't do that in the interviews. Why now? Tyler?
Yeah, that is interesting. Papa is trending on Twitter right now. We have not heard that at all throughout this case, and it's new information to the jury and everybody else watching. I'm not sure. I do know it's a Southern colloquially to refer to your daddy as daddy or papa and things of that nature. I think that's genuinely how he referred to his son, or maybe he's putting on an act to make him seem like they were closer or more affectionate than they actually were. It's up to the jury to decide how they feel about that.
We certainly didn't hear that during the police interviews. Keep your questions coming. We're going to take them, more of them as they come in. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
All right. Let me see. I don't know if this guy started. I want to record, put this clip together. He's about to start. Don't you worry. I can't believe it's Thursday already. Shit, this week's already over. I wonder if the defense can still think they'll be able to arrest by Friday. They were talking about they were going to arrest. My favorite part of the Alex Murdaugh trial, snot. Damn, they're clipping his boogers, his snot. People saying he's lying. Murdaugh is lying on the stand. He walked and touched his son's body, tried to put his son's phone back on him. Does that make sense? Why no blood was found? Why no blood was found on him and or his shoes? Sus. Exactly. If he touched all the bodies, it was before he went back and changed his clothes. He only touched their cell phones. That shit's actually funny. Hold on, let me see if can I send this shit? I'm gonna show you guys this. I feel like this was us today or this morning. Watch. Oh shit. Oh no. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? Why is that playing? Where the fuck is that playing? That's so weird. I might have got the video claimed. I don't know why that just started playing on its own. Loud as shit, too. Hopefully it wasn't long enough. That was a clip that guy sent me this morning. Murderer! Swing! Alex Murdaugh. Hey everyone, I'm going to testify this morning.
This is it, people. Let's move. Let's go, 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 go. All right, this is it, people. Let's move.
That's fucking funny. Ripping ting and a ripping tongue. Let me go back. I don't know what the hell that was. Why that was the remix this guy made for me. I think he posted it on Twitter, but it just started playing on its own. No, he hasn't come on yet. Okay.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, and we are in the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh, and we are taking your questions, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, on our Facebook page, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. And we've got some really great questions coming in since Alec Murdaugh took the stand this morning. We were hearing that it might happen, and it did. So it became official. So let's get to Gigi McKelvey, who has been in the courtroom every day of the trial and was there this morning, of course. And Joe McCullough is with her. He is a former law partner of Dick Harpootlian, who has also been in the courtroom most days. So Gigi, I'll start with you on this. What's it like in that courtroom with Alec Murdaugh taking the stand? What was the jury like when they said, the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, is coming up here to tell his story?
Yeah, it was one of those you could tell they all were trying to subdue their true feelings. I'm sure they wanted to go, whoa. But everybody was real composed. It's been really interesting to watch this jury. There are times where they seem sympathetic. There are times where they seem like they're not buying it. It's really a mixed bag, hard to read, to be honest, but I've seen a little bit of all emotions from that jury. And then the public, of course, lots of whispering amongst each other, and just I can hear a lot of people's opinions from behind.
Joe, I want to know what you think of this, because you practiced law with Dick Harpootlian for a long time ago. You guys were law partners, as was Jack. He was in your firm. And you know, you've been sitting there watching this trial. Putting a defendant up on the stand is very risky, especially with all of the other charges that Alec Murdaugh faces. So were you surprised by this decision, and how do you think it's going?
Well, I'm not surprised by the decision, because there's that big hole in the donut that the prosecution has created for Alec Murdaugh. Really had no choice but to testify to explain that he lied. And
oh, shit.
That's an immutable that had to be dealt with. And by the way, it was Jack Swirling's law firm that I worked for when we were partners, right, Jack? But I think that the defense did what they had to do. They came out, immediately hit the big issues. Did you commit the murders? Did you lie when asked about the kennel? And then we proceeded from there through a series of ticking off issues and things that have cropped up during the trial. And I guess the big headline for me was Alec Murdaugh, over the objection of the prosecution, got to bring in this blood-spattered shirt, which has been international news for 6 months, but hasn't been in this courtroom yet.
Well, they did bring it up one day. Philip Barber questioned, or actually, no, I'm sorry, it was Jim Griffin brought it up, I thought, during the cross-examination of Agent Owen, because he said he told the grand jury about that, and then it turned out to not be true. There was DNA, no blood. It was negative for blood. So that's been pretty wild to hear this coming up. Let's get to more questions now from our viewers. A lot coming in, and they're always great questions. So our first question, how would a phone come out of his pocket if he couldn't roll him over? Also, if he did it ever so carefully, how was it only 20 seconds? That's from Dew Guzzler from YouTube. Jack Swirling, I'm wondering what you think about that.
Well, and as I understand it, the phone actually came out of his pocket, fell out of his pocket, slipped out of his pocket, and Alec put it back in the pocket. I'm not sure why he did that. And I am not sure what the significance is of the 20 seconds.
Well, basically,
the
from
time
court,
period.
I think he's parked outside, so he should be in momentarily. But before he gets here, let me see if I can get some light in here. There we go. So I apologize for the delay. I kept pushing it back and pushing it back. I mean, you know, when you're on location, it's definitely not as easy to coordinate when you're sitting comfortably in your studio, or, you know, when you're traveling, it's very difficult to sometimes get everything moving in motion at the exact right time. So James will be here in just a moment. In the meantime, let's talk about the fireworks, you guys. Oh my goodness. Talk about craziness. Talk about taking the biggest risk that you could possibly conceive of. Taking the stand in your own criminal defense trial against the advice of your own attorneys. I mean, that is just unprecedented. The last trial that I had, when my client was like, should I testify? I was like, no, I think we got him pinned to the wall. And obviously it was a much shorter, much less severe punishment type trial, but it was my client's entire career, you know. What's up, James? I said 107. Yeah. Door is open. Just use the key. All right. That was James. So he'll be here in a second. I honestly think that Alec Murdaugh just torpedoed his own case.
Oh, really?
That is my opinion. There he is.
Oh no.
Come on in, James. The water's fine. Chat. Let me grab another chair for you.
Shit, I'd be a little bit afraid to say what room I'm in on stream, though, because these motherfuckers crazy. So I am going to CrimeCon, and I just muted it for now while they get settled. There he is, the other guy, James from court.
James from court.
Actually, I haven't seen myself in a long time because I don't have a camera, so I actually know that I exist. Hello, it's good to see you all. I'm gonna step out for 1 second. I just ran in, but I'll be here to answer questions.
Which chair do you want, James? Do you want this chair or do you want that chair?
Yeah, all these crazy motherfuckers out there. Me saying, nah. Yeah, I'm here. Click. Hey man, you didn't tell me the room. Click. Or just text it. Fuck that. These people hunting me down and shit. All right.
Off the testimony with basically the zinger that they had to start with. They couldn't start with, well, let's kind of talk about your family. Generally, let's talk about your past. Let's talk about this and that. They were like, right out of the gate, they come out swinging, you know, baseball bat in hand, ready to knock some skulls out, you know, one after another. And they get Alex in this very emotional state, very, very emotional state, recounting, the memories of the events that transpired on June 7th of 2021, and recanting some of the lies that he said. So I was like, all right, This better be good. And then it kind of flopped, in my opinion. Again, this is, I know people are just like, oh, you're biased. You're biased. No, I'm not. I'm simply stating my opinion. James may agree or disagree. We'll find out in a moment. I heard him a little bit on Joe's stream. James was saying that some of the people in the pews sitting behind him in the audience were kind of whispering and muttering very unpleasant words towards Alex Murdaugh as he was on the stand testifying, which kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense because, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion. Feel free to disagree. My opinion, based on what I have seen and based on what I have what I know and have learned, is that Alex Murdaugh does not come off as a credible person. He's not coming off as, first of all, he admitted to lying to SLED. He admitted to lying to his family. He admitted to lying to his friends. What makes us believe him now? Like, what is going to change our opinion as to that he's not lying now? I mean, it's the only strategy. I'm not saying it's a good strategy, but it's pretty much the only strategy I think they have remaining.
It's ballsy
because
as shit.
If he tries to like do some mental gymnastics like Amber Heard did, you good?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to get us on it. Continue, sorry.
All right, no. So, you know, getting them on the same, the mental gymnastics like Amber Heard tried to do, I mean, they already know this kind of stuff is going to fail. And like I told Kurt, I was on his stream for a brief moment before I came on mine because he invited me and I didn't want to say no. I love Kurt. I told Kurt that it seems to me like they made a decision. Obviously, they made a decision. He had to take the stand. He had to testify. He doesn't care. This is the reverse Johnny Depp. This is what I'm calling it. It's the he's pulling the reverse Johnny Depp. He's the, I have nothing to lose. I have already lost this case, a hung jury. I don't care. I am testifying not to get an acquittal, not for the hung jury. I am testifying to clear my name. Now it's in the record forever. For my family, for neighbors, for friends. Not for the court system. The court system, I already lost. I'm going to lose on the financial stuff, probably, because he already admitted all of that. They have him basically dead to rights on the financial stuff.
So they could use that.
For 20 years. He may not even have 20 years remaining, or else he's going to.
And I wonder if that financial thing, they could use this trial too, his admitting stuff, I guess.
Has
snippets.
0 options. And the only option is to testify. Go ahead, James.
Well, no, I love that you say a man with nothing to lose, because that's what I kept saying about him testifying. I know that as a lawyer, you probably would say, don't take the stand, don't incriminate yourself in any way. But if you are innocent and you have nothing to lose, why not take
It's the
stand?
gangster
And
way
even
to
if
go
you're
out.
not innocent, but you have nothing to lose. At this point, if you have that much of an ego that you think that you can convince people, everyone, of something, you know, that's opposite of what you did, if you really in fact did it, then it's almost, you know what I mean? I would call it kind of the Amber Heard a little bit, maybe the reverse Johnny Depp, but maybe call it the Amber Heard, because she thought she could get up there and convince the jury and the entire public that what we saw, the evidence we saw, was not, you know, true, and that her story was right. Now, this is different because there isn't a lot of good evidence, but it's now just a character. It's all about character, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. So, okay, so give us, since I was not in the courtroom today, people have been asking me since literally, I've been tweeting all morning. The courtroom is packed, you guys. I showed up early. I was there at like 7:55, and they were like, we're sorry, there's no room for you. And I'm like, okay, well, I did my best. People were starting to show up at 5 a.m. today, James.
Yeah, you said it was very early. I thought 6, but 5 o'clock?
5.
Oh
They
gosh,
asked the people in the front, they were asked and they held up.
Excuse me, sorry.
They held up the 5 fingers. No, they were up here since 5. So like, there's no way I was gonna get like 4 hours of sleep. It's okay. It doesn't matter. You were there. So tell us. I heard you a little bit on Joe's stream talking about like people in the audience and how they were reacting to Alex Murdaugh. Do you want to tell the chat a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, people who show up are one of two groups. Either they don't like Alec and they've watched either podcasts or the Netflix or HBO or us, you know, or someone online and they show up because they want to see him and they want to see the trial for themselves, or they are someone that's loosely related to the family and show up in support. I would say the larger group is the former, because like today I heard people hiss at him and basically say he was lying. A few weeks ago, he came in and I heard someone behind him call him an ogre.
Wow.
So
But they're not supposed to do that,
have
right?
a lot of mixed feelings about him. I think people also, they watch different things. And this is my issue kind of with some of the podcasts that have come out, because if you watch them and stuff, you have an idea that he should be found guilty, which is fine. But the jury doesn't see all of the things that we see. The jury doesn't see everything that the viewers see, especially when it comes to evidence in this case. So I don't want people to be disappointed if we don't get the result that we're looking for, But yes, people in the audience definitely have some feelings about him.
Now, I'm actually even afraid to ask you this question, because a part of me is almost thankful I wasn't in the courtroom today and I was able to watch it a little bit more unbiasedly.
Okay.
But what do you think the jury's opinion and feelings were towards Alec Murdaugh today? What did you see?
Mixed. I mean, and so
as anticipated.
Yeah, I spoke to two of the people next to me. One of them is a podcaster. The other one is Gigi from Law and Crime,
Yes.
Pretty Lies and Alibis, who people will know her. We were talking about how we're very unsure about the jury. I mean, there are a few who I definitely feel like are tapped out with him. I mean, I said it in Joe's stream earlier. There was one juror who, if you watch my streams, I call her Mean Mug, because of she always is staring people down, whether it's the family or people in the audience. And I've said this before, I do believe that she's the person that complained about me.
Was that the one in the front that's like second on the left, on the right?
They all change.
Oh.
Every single time, from break, they sit in new seats.
Let me mute the mic real.
No, I want the inside info.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I
Yeah.
just didn't want to reveal identity of the jurors. That's why I
Imagine
muted the
he
mic.
didn't
Yeah.
mute
So
it. He thought he
I know exactly who you're talking
Hot
about.
mic.
Yeah, so she actually had a blanket that she put over her face when he was testifying.
Oh,
Look,
no.
Alex is testifying,
You can
talking,
do that?
and she has not over. Sorry, she has a blanket. It was a tan blanket up around her, so she can't even see. So
Can you do
there's
that?
some jurors that I'm trying to say are I think
As a juror?
decided.
Wait a minute. She covered her
She covered her
eyes?
entire face.
Her face.
Her entire face. She was sitting back.
What?
And she had her face covered with the blanket. Yes. Hold on, I'm gonna close this because my face is a little bleached.
Oh, you're good, man.
I'm about to, in like a little less than 5 minutes, I'm going to get up and head out for a little bit. What I am going to do, though, is right before I leave, I'm going to stop. I'm not stopping my stream, but I'm going to stop playing his video. And you guys can go over there. I'll drop you the links. Go subscribe and leave some comments and stuff like that. And you can watch until I get back, whenever he stops streaming. I don't think he's just I don't think he's streaming the entire trial, right? I think he's doing like after clips, reactions, and like lunchtime break stuff.
No, it's just for later on.
Moments of it. Yes.
Moments of it.
Yes.
Do you remember? I'm trying to think if it was like in a reaction to
I
something.
can tell you which part if you want.
Sure. Yeah, please. This is fascinating.
Oh, yep. Okay, so at 11:49 and 40 seconds this morning. So
Talk about a timestamp.
Yep, it was when Alec was talking about it was the 911 call, excuse me, and he was talking on the 911 call, and he said he spoke about how Paul was so bad, how when he found them, Paul was so bad. He said that, and I wrote some notes. It was in between he was talking about that and when he was talking about the phone popping out of Paul's pocket. So he was talking about finding them, trying to turn them over, the phone popping out. During that sequence, she had her face covered. And I wrote, Mean Mug has her face in blanket covering face. And this is how I write about them in because it's so hard. In the Johnny Depp trial, I could write juror 1, juror 2, juror 3, juror 4, and I would know every time, okay, this is the juror. But now I have to give them nicknames to remember which is which. So
fair enough.
Yes.
The job just got a little bit harder for this
Yes.
trial.
Yeah.
Okay, so other than that juror, what about some of the other jurors? You're saying you're getting mixed feelings. Are there some jurors who appear to be like entranced, and maybe did any juror shed a tear to your observation?
No.
Nobody shed a tear.
No tear shedding.
What about did you see empathetic faces? Did you see more scowls, whelp faces? What was the predominant, or if any, or was it a complete split mix of emotion?
A mix, I would say, not necessarily scowl, but there's one who sits in the front, and she didn't have the emotional connection I would have liked to see from her specifically, just because I've been watching her, and for some reason I feel like she's middle of the road, and she really connected to Marianne's testimony, Maggie's sister, and you could tell in her face, just by the way she was looking. And I wanted to see a similar connection when Alec was crying and testifying, and I didn't see that connection. And listen, they don't need to vote on emotion. That's not why they're deciding this. But as someone who's trying to observe, well, I know, and that's, but I want to preface it because I don't want people to get on my case like, oh, they don't, it's not about emotion, it's about the law, which of course it is about the law, but you're dealing with people who are emotional beings. And this has become a trial about character as much as it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be about motive. And it's funny that Harpootlian brought that up this morning, because I said it last night on a live stream, and bunch of the people have been talking about how this really has moved on from a trial really about the evidence here. And it really is a trial about character. So all of this adds to his character. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm looking for this emotional connection, because that's going to help someone decide if they really feel like he is guilty or not.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you. That is a very fair assessment. It's what do you think about the lawyers trying to
I'm going to transfer you guys over there to this stream now. Just go show some love. I'll be back at 2:40 p.m. So go over there right now. I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to transfer you guys over there. Leave a like, subscribe, leave some positive comments. And I'll be back at 2:40. Just come back to my page. I set it up for 2:40, about 40 minutes. All right. So I'll be back. Part 2, Alex Murdaugh. See you guys there. Love you. Peace. Bye. I'm not muted. I'm not anymore. Bye.